Think of a darkness so complete it feels like a physical presence. It is the hour when the world you built with your hands shrinks to the circle of firelight. Beyond that fragile glow, the wilderness takes back its name. This is not the gentle dusk of a settled town. This is the frontier night, a vast and patient void. It arrives not with a dramatic flourish, but with the last stain of orange bleeding from the sky. You stand in your clearing, a figure grown suddenly small. The tasks of daylight, the plowing, the mending, the fetching are finished, or they are not. It no longer matters. The sun's accounting is closed. Now begins the watch. Your cabin, a jumble of logs against the immensity, becomes the entire world. You haul the final bucket from the spring, water sloshing cold over your wrists. The path, so familiar at noon, is now a guest between shadows. Your fingers fumble with the wooden latch on the chicken coop. Inside, the birds rustle, sensing the coming dominion of owls and foxes. You must be quick, but you must not hurry. A twisted ankle in this half-minus light is a sentence. There will be no doctor's visit, no neighbor's aid until morning. Help is a concept that belongs to daylight. Night strips such comforts away, leaving only the raw arithmetic of cause and effect. Inside, the air is thick with wood smoke and the smell of boiled beans. The hearth is the heart of the room, the only alive thing in the gathering gloom. You kneel before it, not in prayer, but in calculation. This fire must last for 10 hours. The big, and it will devour your precious wood, throw sparks onto the dry floor. Too small, and you will wake to a grave minus like chill, your children's breath visible in the air. You arrange the logs with the care of a scribe setting type. This one, seasoned oak, will burn slow and hot. This one, green pine, will spit and crackle but give quick flame. You build a nest of coals of future warmth and cover it with ash. The ritual is precise, born from nights where error meant frostbite or worse. The walls of your home whispered rafts. Mud and moss fill the gaps between logs, but the cold finds its way in. It is a searching cold, a clever cold. It slips through invisible cracks, under the door, around the oiled paper stretched across the window. You feel it first on the back of your neck, a delicate finger of ice. Then it settles in your bones, a deep, patient ache. You check the window covering again, pressing a scrap of cloth into a seam. It is a futile gesture, but a necessary one. Movement is hope. The children are already in the bed, a mound of blankets and shared body heat. There are no separate rooms, no privacy. The entire family, mother, father, for children sleeps in this single room. The bed is a rope lattice strung across a frame, topped with a ticking mattress stuffed with last year's straw. It rustles with every turn, a dry, insect-minus-like sound. The blankets are heavy, rough wool, never quite enough. You do not undress. You sleep in your clothes, your coat laid over your feet. To remove a layer is to invite a chill that could seep into your lungs by dawn. You lie down beside your spouse, your bodies aligned for warmth. No words are exchanged. The conversations of the day are over. Now is the time for listening. The frontier night is never silent. It is a tapestry of sound, each thread requiring interpretation. The wind is the constant, a low moan in the pines like a distant animal. It is not one sound, but many. Through the ching-king, it whistles a thin, mournful note. Against the rusix, it rushes like water. Branches rub together with a groaning creak. Beneath these are the other voices. The sudden crack of a freezing tree limb sharp as a gunshot. The scuttle of something small, a pack rat, perhaps in the space between the roof and the ceiling. The curlent response of owls, a hollow questioning in the dark. Further out, a chorus begins. Coyotes, their yips and howls are not the stuff of storybooks. They are close, sometimes just beyond the woodpile. They are testing the perimeter, drawn by the scent of your cow in its lean-minus to shelter. Your husband's breathing changes. You know he is not asleep. His hand rests on the rifle leaning against the bed frame. The wood is smooth from his grip. It is a totem, a promise of response. But both of you know its limitations. In the absolute dark, against a pack, it is a last resort, not a solution. The real work is done with the ears. You learn the language of the night, the normal scratch of a branch on the cabin wall, the harmless rustle of leaves skittering across the clearing, the particular thump of the cow shifting in her stall. These are the consonants and vowels of safety. You listen for the absence of sound, too. When the crickets stop their chirping, something has passed. When the wind dies and an unnatural quiet falls, the world is holding its breath. Your mind, half in sleep, catalogues and dismisses. Normal, normal, a new scrape, not wood on wood. This is metal on stone. Your eyes open. You see nothing but the deep black of the room. The fire has sunk to a pulsating bed of coals, casting a faint hellish glow on the hearth sign. The sound does not come again. You wait. A full minute. 2. Your muscles are tense. The children sigh in their sleep. Your husband's hand tightens on the rifle stock. Then the wind resumes. A loose shutter bangs once, twice. That was it. Just the wind. You release a breath you did not know you were holding. The tension drains, leaving fatigue in its wake. But sleep, when it returns, is thin and fitful. You have been reminded. This is how the night is spent. Not in rest, but in a cycle of vigilance and fleeting reprieve. The deepest cold comes in the hours before dawn. The fire, no matter how carefully banked, begins to fail. The warmth retreats toward the hearth, leaving the edges of the room to the cold. You rise, your joints stiff, your feet recoiling from the icy touch of the dirt floor. You shuffle to the hearth, a phantom in your own home. By feel, you add to split logs to the embers. You blow gently, and a tiny flame licks up, painting your face in sudden, monstrous shadows. For a moment, you are visible to yourself. You see the rough table, the shadowy bundles of herbs hanging from the rafters. Then the flame settles, and the darkness crowds back in. You return to bed, carrying a ghost of warmth with you. The mattress rustles. A child mumbles. You pull the blanket up, tucking it under a small shoulder. The cold on your back is immediate. You are a being of two temperatures. The night is a slow river, and you are trying to cross it on a raft of fading warmth. You think of the daylight chores waiting, the water that will need hauling, the cow that will need milking, her udder tight with cold. But that is another country. The Night Kingdom has its own lives. Here, time is measured in the gradual fading of the fire's heart, in the slow arc of stars beyond the shuttered window. You do not think of yourself as brave. Bravery is for acute moments, for sudden crises. This is not crisis. This is condition. This is the water in which you swim, the air you breathe. It is a life of managed vulnerability. The nearest neighbor is 3 miles away, through woods and across a creek. In summer, it is a pleasant walk. On a night like this, it is an impossible journey. If a child were to burn with fever, if a cut were to fester, if a pain in the chest became crushing, you would be the doctor. Your kitchen shelf holds the pharmacy, a jar of honey for the cough, a bundle of yarrow root for the fever, a bottle of whiskey, precious and finite, for the pain or the shock. You have a booklet, perhaps, passed down from your mother, its pages soft with use, drawings of plants, instructions for a poultice. Mostly, you have hope and fear, and the terrible knowledge that they are often unrelated. Love is not a medicine. Desperation is not a skill. You have buried a child before. Do you remember the small weight in your arms, wrapped in a clean sheet? Do you remember the silence of the grave minus digging, the way the earth refused to yield in winter? You remember marking the spot with a river stone, because wood was too precious for a cross. These memories live in a locked room in your mind. You do not visit that room at night. Fear is a luxury you cannot afford. It is a fuel that burns too fast, leaves only ashes of panic. So you cultivate calm. You make your breathing even, your movements deliberate. Your children must see a face of competence. Even when your heart is a trapped bird, your spouse must feel the solidarity of shared burden, not the contagion of dread. You become an actor in the theater of your own survival, and your performance must convince even yourself. Cabin is not just shelter. It is a character in this story. Its logs were cut from the land it occupies. They are settling, shrinking, groaning as they dry. The mud shin king crumbles in places, needing constant repair. In summer, wasps build nests in the eaves. In winter, mice seek the warmth, their tiny scratches a constant companion. The floor is packed earth, swept smooth, but it holds the damp and the cold. All your labor, all your striving has produced this. The box of wood against a continent of darkness. It is flimsy. It is everything. Outside, the wolves are closer now. Their calls have moved from the eastern ridge to the edge of the clearing. They are circling. The cow lows a deep sound of unease. Your husband sits up. The rifle is in his hands now. You hear the quiet click of the hammer being drawn back. He does not light a lamp. Light would blind him to the outside. He moves to the window, peers through a crack in the shutter. You lie still, every sense stretched tight. The children, sensing the change in the adult's stillness, are quiet in their sleep. The pack leader howls, a long, rising note that seems to hang in the frozen air. It is answered from two sides. They are communicating, triangulating. The cow stomps, a solid thud against the lean minus-2 wall. Your husband's silhouette is a cut minus out against the faint glow of the coals. He is motionless. A minute passes. Then another. You hear a new sound. A low growl, close to the cabin wall. Then a yelp, sharp and surprised. Scuffling. A snarl. Silence. The circling calls stop. The wind fills the void. After a long while, your husband lets the hammer down softly and returns to bed. His body is rigid with released tension. Here he whispers, the word barely a breath. Drive them off. You nod in the dark. The threat is past. A different threat has asserted itself. The wilderness has its own hierarchies, its own violence. You have witnessed a chapter of it, safe behind your walls. That the message is clear. You are living in borrowed space. Dawn is a subtle thief. It does not burst upon the scene. It bleeds the darkness of its power, turning black to gray, gray to silver. The shapes in the room, the table, the water bucket, the rifle by the door emerge from the gloom, solid and familiar. The sounds of night retreat, replaced by the first tentative chirps of birds. The long watch is over. You rise, your body aching from the cold and the tense vigil. You stir the coals at kindling, blow the fire back to life. The new light is generous, revealing the dust motes dancing in the air, the rough texture of the logs, the sleeping faces of your children. The day's race begins again, but you carry the night within you. It is in the grit behind your eyes, the slight tremor in your hands as you pour water for coffee. It is in the way you glance at the woodpile, automatically calculating if it will last another night. It is in the profound gratitude you feel for the simple, solid fact of the sun. This was the rhythm, not of days, but of nights, not of living, but of enduring the hours when you could not truly live. Your story is not unique. It was written in 10,000 cabins, from the forests of Ohio to the plains of Dakota. A man named Charles Ingalls knew this rhythm, was born to the moving life, his own father chasing the horizon. When he married Caroline, he brought her into the current of his restlessness. Townsend was too crowded, he said. The future was further west. So they went, their belongings rattling in a wagon. Their daughters, Mary and Laura, blinking at the unspooling world. The journey itself was a lesson in transient darkness. Each evening, they had to find a new arrangement against the void. A campsite near water, but not too near for dampness and mosquitoes. A fire built quickly, before the light failed. The canvas of the wagon cover was no barrier to sound. At night, the prairie became an ocean of grass, whispering secrets in the wind. Caroline lay awake, listening to the vastness. The silence here was different from Wisconsin. It was not the quiet of a sleeping farm, but the hollow quiet of space without end. She heard things she could not name. The bellow of a bull buffalo miles away. The eerie scream of a lynx. The ground itself seemed to breathe. Charles would sit by the fire, his back to the family, his gaze on the darkness. His vigilance was their wah. But Caroline knew walls could fall. In Kansas, they built their first real home on the frontier, a claimed shanty on the open prairie. The land was flat, treeless, exposed. When night came, it came utterly. There was no horizon. The sky simply swallowed the earth. The cabin, built in haste before winter, was a pure shield. The wind howled across the miles, finding every gap. It blew the dust through the walls, covering everything in a fine, gritty film. They burned buffalo chips for fuel, dried dung gathered from the plains. It burned with a low, smoldering heat and a smell Caroline never forgot. Acrid, earthy, a constant reminder of where the warmth came from. The wolves were bolder here. With no trees for cover, they came right to the door. She would watch their eyes glowing like coals in the darkness beyond the window. They were not mythical beasts. They were hungry, intelligent, and patient. Their presence was a mathematical certainty. Livestock equaled food. Her children, to a wolf's mind, might also equal food. The fear was not of monsters, but of a simple, biological equation playing out on herd or step. Charles strengthened the lane -2. He set traps. He spent nights on watch. The equation remained. Nights were a siege. The children learned the language of fear before they learned their letters. They saw the way their mother's hands would freeze in mid-ask, listening. They felt the change in their father's posture, the silent communication between their parents. They learned that night was when the world changed, when parents became sentries and home became a fortress under a starry sky. Laura, the younger daughter, absorbed it all. The way the firelight carved her mother's face into a mask of calm over worry. The way her father's shadow, rifle in hand, looked like a giant on the wall. The smell of gun oil and cold, the taste of fear, which is like cold metal on the tongue. They left Kansas, driven out by legal uncertainty over the land. They returned to Wisconsin, then pressed on to Minnesota. Each move was a cycle of hope and exhaustion. Arrive in spring, healed frantically, plant with prayer, harvest with anxiety. Then face the winter, the true test. The winter of 1873 in Minnesota was a lesson in cold as a living entity. The temperature plunged and stayed there. The cabin, though better built, was inadequate. Charles woke every 2 hours to feed the stove, but still the water bucket froze solid by morning. The cold was a thief. It stole heat, it stole energy, it stole hope. It seeped into the marrow. The children slept in a heap, a single mound of shared life under a mountain of blankets. Caroline heated stones in the stove, wrapped them in rags, placed them at small feet. For an hour they would whisper warmth. Then they became just cold stones again. She lay with them, offering her own body as a furnace, feeling their shivers vibrate through her. One of the girls fell ill, a cough that racked her small frame, a fever that painted her cheeks crimson. For 3 nights, Caroline and Charles took turns holding her upright, trying to ease her breathing. They tried every remedy they knew. A poultice of mustard and flour on hirch est, steamed from a kettle of water and pine needles. Honey and onion syrup, spoon drop by drop past parched lips. The nearest doctor was 12 miles away, across roads buried in snow. The distance was impassable, a geographic verdict. All they could do was wait, and tend, and watch the fragile flame of a life flicker in the drafty dark. Caroline, in her deepest heart, began the awful preparation. She thought of the little burial ground by the creek. She calculated whether the ground was frozen too for a grave. She considered the practicalities of keeping a small body cold until a spring thaw. These were the thoughts of her friend-dear mother. Love, married to grim practicality. Hope, shadowed by rehearsed grief. The child survived. The fever broke on the 4th day. The relief was a physical wave, leaving Caroline weak and weeping. But something in her had changed. She had touched the cold edge of the possible, and its chill remained. When Charles spoke of moving again, further west to Dakota, she agreed. But she told him, her voice quiet and firm, she could not endure another winter like that one. Not alone. Not with that kind of helplessness. His statement was not a complaint. It was a boundary, drawn in the soil of her soul. In Dakota, the nights were the same. yet different. They had become experts in their own vulnerability. They knew the signs, the particular yellow of the sunset that meant a coming storm, the way the animals behaved before a blizzard. They had developed the muscle memory of survival, an automatic check of the door latch, the ear tuned to differentiate between wind and wolf, the emotional discipline to keep the machinery of the household running even when fear gnawed at its gears. But the frontier saved its final lessons in helplessness for those who thought they had learned them all. In the terrible winter of 1888, a blizzard descended without warning. The sky, clear at noon, turned into a roaring white fury in minutes. Laura, now a young schoolteacher, was trapped in the schoolhouse with her pupils. Charles and Caroline, safe in their own home, knew she was out there somewhere in the maelstrom. This was a new kind of night, a night where the danger was not at their own door, but at the door of someone they loved. They could not fight it. They could not prepare for it. They could only wait. They sat by their window, seeing nothing but a wall of white. They did not speak. Words were useless. The storm howled, a sound of pure indifference. It was the wilderness asserting its ultimate power. It could erase a person, swallow them whole, and leave no trace. All their accumulated skill, their hard -1 resilience, meant nothing against this. They were reduced to the most primitive state, prayer. And waiting, Laura survived. She kept the children calm, burned schoolbooks into desk clag to keep the stove lit, waited out the screaming night. When she stumbled home the next day, frost clinging to her eyebrows, Caroline held her and did not let go. Charles examined her for frostbite. His hands gentle, they had faced the night in its many forms for decades. This night, the night of not -knowing, had aged them. It was the final proof. The frontier's promise was a mirage. Its reality was a test that never ended. The night was the proctor of that test. Charles Ingalls died at 60-6, worn down by a lifetime of building and rebuilding, of watching and waiting. Caroline lived into her 80s, in a world transformed by railroads and electric light. But those who knew hers, she never liked to be alone after dark. Even in a safe, warm room with a lamp burning, some part of her was still listening, still waiting for the test to begin. The memory of those frontier nights was in her bones, was a chill no furnace could ever warm. Their story is not one of triumph. It is a story of accretion, of adding one endured night to another until they formed a life. Of small victories, the fire that lasted until dawn, the child whose fever broke, the wolf pack turned away by a bear. The blizzard survived. They did not conquer the wilderness. They negotiated a temporary truce with it, paid for in the currency of sleepslands. The archaeological record of their lives is written in the land and the remnants of their homes. Cabin sites reveal the architecture of anxiety. Windows small, not just for warmth, but to limit sightlines from outside. Doors reinforced with multiple bars and latches, a redundancy that speaks of perceived threat. Hearthstones worn smooth from the nightly ritual of banking fires. The placement of sleeping areas, always furthest from the door, children tucked into the most protected corners. Some cabins have hiding places. False walls, spaces beneath floorboards, just large enough for a child. These were not for treasure. They were for last resorts. They speak of a fear so profound it was built into the very structure of daily life, yet never spoken of aloud. What was the true toll of these nights? Statistics show higher mortality on the frontier. Children died more often. Adults aged faster. That how many deaths were coded fever or exposure that were, in truth, the result of 1,000 broken nights. How many mothers succumbed to nervous exhaustion, which was really the cumulative weight of eternal vigilance. The night did not always kill directly. It wore down the immune system, frayed the nerves, clouded the judgment. It made a tired parent miss a step on a dark loft ladder. It made a weary mind misjudge the dose of a remedy. It was the silent partner in every tragedy. The frontier ethic was stoicism. Complaint was weakness. Fear was a personal failing. So people endured in silence. They wrote letters home about poor soil or bad weather, not about the terror of lying awake, listening to the infinite darkness press against a single pane of greased paper. They spoke of opportunity, not of the cost. The cost was measured in private moments, in the diary entries that mentioned sleepslands only in passing. In the way a man's hands might shake as he lit his pipe by the fire, a tremor he would blame on the cold. For every family like the Ingalls S., who left a record, there were thousands who did not. Their names are in land office ledgers, their dates of birth and death etched in stone in lonely cemeteries. Their nights are lost to history. The long, cold, listening hours, the specific texture of their fear, the sound of their particular wind and their particular trees, all gone. We, from our world of illuminated nights, can barely comprehend it. Our darkness is optional. We banish it with the flip of a switch. Our warmth is automatic, our security assumed. We have built a civilization that stands guard while we sleep, but their civilization was a flickering hearth, a loaded rifle, and the determined rhythm of a human heart beating in the vast and watchful dark. They endured those nights so we would not have to. They kept the watch so we could rest. Their legacy is not just the land they settled, but the profound, unaccumulated gift of our own easy sleep. Can we turn off the light tonight and feel the soft embrace of a safe bed, we might for a moment remember the weight of their darkness. And then, in the deepest honor we can pay them, we can let that memory go. We can release the vigilance they held so dear, can surrender to the safe and silent night they helped to build, and sleep the deep, untroubled sleep they earned for us. The darkness was not merely an absence of light, but a different form of existence. It possessed its own geography, its own rules, its own inhabitants who knew its contours far better than you ever would. Each evening, you felt it gather at the edge of the woods like a tide, waiting to flood your clearing. You were an island, and the night sea was rising. The final tasks were performed with a quiet, focused urgency, water hauled from the creek, each bucket a heavy, sloshing promise against tomorrow's thirst. The axe brought in from the chopping block, its blade wiped clean and dry. A last scan of the horizon, not for beauty, but for information. The color of the clouds in the west, the behavior of the birds, the direction of the wind all were data points in the nightly equation of survival. You were closing the ledger on the day, and the margins were thin. Inside, the cabin was a capsule of fragile order. The fire was the sun of this tiny universe, and everything revolved around its maintenance. Your wife moved between hearth and table, her silhouette of familiar ants against the log walls. The children's voices held a higher pitch, an edge of unspoken awareness that the rules were about to change. Daytime was for play, for chores done in the sun. Night was for stillness, for silence, for becoming part of the furniture in the dark. You banked the fire with the concentration of an alchemist. This was not mere housekeeping, it was an act of faith in the future. The coals, buried under a blanket of ash, were tomorrow's sunrise. If they died, the world died with them. You arranged the remaining logs with geometric precision, creating a structure that would collapse inward in a slow, timed burn, not explode outward in a wasteful roar. Satisfied, you wiped your hands on your trousers, leaving streaks of gray ash. Then came the securing. The door received a heft of your shoulder, testing its fit against the jamb. The wooden bar, thick as your forearm, slid into its brackets with a solid thunk that echoed in the quieting room. You checked the windows, not that you could see out, but that nothing could see in. The oiled parchment was taut, a pale, blind eye. You touched the rifle where it leaned in the corner, a cold comfort. Its metal was the only thing in the room that would not shrink, warp, or decay from the damp. You took your place at the table for the evening meal. Food was simple, hearty, fuel. Conversation was sparse, functional. Plans for tomorrow, a comment on the cow's mood, a child's recitation of a learned verse. The talk was a dam against the silence waiting outside. When it lulled, you could hear the dam creak. The wind was its architect, finding every flaw, every tiny gap in your defenses, and whistling a thin, mocking tune through them. The temperature dropped as the light bled away. Cold was not just an absence of heat, it was an active, invasive force. It crept up from the packed minus earth floor, a slow paralysis starting at your feet. It seeped through the walls, a palpable presence that made the air feel thick and heavy. You pulled your chair closer to the hearth, turning like a roast to present first one side, and the other to the flames. Your front would be scorched, your back frozen. There was no equilibrium, only a constant, uncomfortable negotiation. Bedtime was a communal migration. Blankets were distributed, a ritual of weighing warmth against weight. The children were layered into the bed, the youngest in the middle where the collective heat pooled. They became a single, breathing organism under the mound of covers. You and your wife lay on the outer edges, the buffers between the child minus mass and the cold air of the room. The straw mattress crackled inside beneath you, releasing the scent of dry grass and dust. You lay on your back, staring into a blackness so complete it had texture. Then the listening began. It was a different kind of hearing than the daytime thought. This was hearing as a primary sense, sight having abdicated its throne. At first, the sounds were a chaotic symphony. The wind's many voices, a groan in the rafters, a hiss at the window, a low drone over the chimney hole. The pops and sighs of the fire as it consumed its carefully laid architecture. The rustle of a mouse in the corner, bold now that the giants were still. Your own body's sounds seemed to amplify the pulse in your ears, the shift of fabric, the intake of breath. But slowly, patterns emerged. You learned to separate the layers. The wind was the bass note, constant and variable. The house was the percussion, cracking and groaning as it cooled. Fire was the melody, unpredictable but familiar. Beyond that, the world, a branch, weighted with ice, snapping and crashing through underbrush, somewhere to the north. The distant, lonely question of an owl, the answering call from its mate. These were the normal sounds. They were the white noise of the wilderness, and their very presence was comforting. It meant nothing was stalking. Nothing was hunting. The orchestra was playing its usual score. It was the silences that terrified. And the owl stopped its call mid-minus hoot, and the wind died abruptly, leaving a vacuum of sound so profound your own breathing seemed like a shout. When the mice fell still, these were the moments your heart hammered against your ribs. Something was out there, something that commanded the respect of the night's usual citizens. You would hold your breath, muscles coiled, your straining until they ached. You would wait for the sound to resolve a predator's cough, the crunch of a heavy foot on frost, but often it never did. The silence would simply linger, then slowly unravel as the normal sounds cautiously returned. The threats, real or imagined, had passed. The exhaustion that followed these adrenaline surges was a weight, all its own. The deepest part of the night was a trial of spirit. The fire dwindled to a nest of pulsating embers, their light barely reaching the foot of the bed. The cold advanced, claiming the territory the flames surrendered. It nipped at exposed cheeks and noses. A child would whimper in sleep, and a parent's hand would emerge from the covers to make a soothing pat, the skin shocking against the cold air. Sleep, when it came, was a shallow pool. You drifted in and out, never fully submerged, always aware of the temperature, the sounds, the pressure of the darkness. There were routines within this formless time. Sometime around what you guessed was midnight, you would rise. The floor was like ice. You would shuffle to the hearth, your shadow a monstrous, flickering giant on the wall behind you. You'd add a single piece of wood, the smallest that would catch, to prolong the fire's life without reviving it to a blaze that would burn to fast. You might stand there for a moment, savoring the direct radiance on your shins and hands, your back a wall of ice. In that silent, solitary moment, you were not a pioneer, a farmer, a spouse, a parent. You were simply a creature tending a spark in an ocean of dark. It felt prehistoric, fundamental. Then you would return to bed, carrying a whisper of warmth with you, and the wait would begin again. Illness transformed the night into a prison. A child's feverish cry was the most terrible sound in the world because it was a problem you could not solve by force of will. The darkness became a collaborator with the sickness, hiding its symptoms, mocking your helplessness. You would light a lamp, a precious waste of oil, and its small pool of light would make the rest of the room seem even darker. You would spoon water or just blankets, sing soft songs whose words you didn't believe but whose rhythm was a lifeline. You would watch the small chest rise and fall, counting breaths, praying for the dawn. The night became a measurable enemy. Its length, the distance you had to carry this fragile, burning life. Every hour that passed was a victory, but a costly one, paid in fear and fatigue. The approach of dawn was a subtle, sensory relief long before any light appeared. First, the quality of the sounds changed. The night birds ceased their songs. The wind often softened, as if tired from its night's work. Then, a faint, almost imperceptible graying would seep into the room. Not light, but a lessening of the absolute dark. The shapes of the table, the chairs, the water bucket, would slowly coalesce from the gloom, becoming solid, familiar things again. This was the most hopeful moment. The world was returning. You had made it. A rising was a resurrection of purpose. You would rebuild the fire with fresh, eager wood, and the flames would leap up as if greeting the day. Cabin would fill with light and the promise of heat. The children would stir, their faces sleepy and trusting, the fears of the night forgotten. He would unbar the door and step outside. The air was sharp, clean, scented of pine and frost. The world was washed in pale, new light. You would take a deep breath, not just of air, but of possibility. The night was over. You had endured, and now you could live again. This rhythm, this endless cycle of contraction and expansion, vigilance and release, was the true frontier. Not the land claims, not the crops, not the towns that would someday rise. It was this private, nightly negotiation with the void. It forged a unique kind of person. Someone who could function in daylight while carrying the memory of darkness in their bones. Someone whose ears were always subtly tuned to a frequency others could not hear. It created a profound, unspoken appreciation for the simplest things. The weight of a full water bucket, the solidity of a well-fitted door, the glorious, undiluted yellow of a morning sunbeam falling across a clean, swept floor. For women like Caroline Ingalls, the night held a special taxonomy of dread. It was not just the external threats, but the internal ones. The responsibility was a mantle she wore every evening, a weight that settled on her shoulders as the light faded. Where vigilance was multi-directional. Outward, for wolves, for strangers, for weather. Inward, for the coughs and fevers of her children, for the mood of her husband, for the management of the home's last resources. Her hands, which during the day were instruments of creation, kneading bread, stitching cloth, tending the garden, became at night instruments of measurement and assessment, feeling the foreheads for fever, testing the thickness of the banked ashes, smoothing a worried crease from her own brow. The night stripped away the distractions of daily labor, leaving the raw architecture of worry exposed. In the silent hours, her mind would travel paths she barred during the day. The calculation of food stores against the remaining winter, the memory of a neighbor's child who had died of croup, the silent question of what would happen if Charles did not return from a trapping trip. These thoughts were like the cold drafts, inevitable, searching, impossible to fully block out. Her courage was not the absence of these thoughts, but the daily decision to rise and meet the morning in spite of them, to bake the bread, to mend the dress, to smile at her daughters, building a fortress of normalcy against the siege of uncertainty. For the children, the frontier night was a gradual education in the nature of the world. They learned that darkness was not empty but full. They learned that their parents, those giants of safety and authority, were also afraid. They absorbed the language of anxious glances, of hushed conversations that stopped when they entered the room. They learned the rituals, the specific way the door was barred, the solemnity of the last fire ending as sacred rites. Their games often incorporated these themes, building tiny stick cabins and pretending to defend them from invisible wolves, playing storm, huddling together under a blanket while one child howled like the wind. They were practicing, and their way for the adulthood they could already see was defined by watchfulness. Laura Ingalls Wilder, years later, would translate these childhood nights into stories. But, in her writing, she did not soften the fear. She captured the specific, sensory reality of it. Test of fear which was like a penny on the tongue. The way the firelight made her mother's knitting needles click like tiny, frantic teeth. The sound of a wolf's howl, not as a wild romantic cry, but as a pointed and personal inquiry directed at the flimsy walls of her home. She wrote not to my the log Izui, but to testify, to say this is how it was. This is the price that was paid for the land you now take for granted. Her books are archives of the dark, preserving the sound of the prairie wind, the feel of a straw ache, the smell of a cabin when its inhabitants had been sealed inside with the cold for 5 months. And what of the ones who did not have a Laura to write their story? The thousands of anonymous families whose names are etched only in county records or on weathered gravestones. Their nights were the same. Their fears were the same. Their silent victories the dawns greeted. The illnesses survived. The fires kept alive were the same. Their experience is the substrate of history, the dark matter that holds the galaxies of famous events together. We know the dates of treaties, the routes of trails, the names of boom towns. But the history of the West is also written in the collective memory of those millions of unrecorded hours spent listening in the dark. The frontier did not end when the map was filled in. It ended when the night became safe, when the click of an electric switch could banish the darkness to a mere concept, when the ring of a telephone could summon help from miles away, when central heating made the choice of fuel a monthly bill, not a nightly calculation of survival. This transformation was more profound than any political boundary. It changed the human relationship with the planet's basic rhythm. It allowed for a kind of rest, a kind of mental freedom that was literally unimaginable to the people who settled the land. So when we step outside on a clear night now, far from city lights, and look up at the blaze of stars, we are seeing the same sky they saw. The same vast, indifferent magnificence, but we are seeing it as spectators. For them, it was the roof of their workplace, the clock of their isolation, the mirror of their vulnerability. We felt perhaps a little thrill of sublimity. They felt that too, sometimes. But they also felt the cold creeping up through their brute souls as they gazed upward. They heard the rustle in the grass beside the path, and their hand went not to a pocket for a phone, but to a belt for a knife. The beauty and the terror were inseparable. Two sides of the same coin paid for a claim on the future. The legacy of those frontier nights is not just in the land, but in the American psyche. It lives in a certain ingrained self-reliance, a suspicion of over-reliance on distant authorities. It lives in a cultural appreciation for preparedness, for stockpiling, for making do. It lives in the romance of the solitary figure against the elements, a trope that still resonates deeply. But it also lives in the shadows, and the anxiety that can accompany true quiet, in the almost cellular understanding that security is not a default state, but a construct, and construct can fail. To truly remember them is not to yearn for a simpler time. It was not simple. It was brutally, relentlessly complex in its demands on the human spirit. To remember them is to practice a profound gratitude for the infrastructure of our ordinary lives, for the invisible grid that brings light and heat and connection, for the collective peace of mind that allows us to sleep through the night, our guard finally, fully down. They kept the watch so we could dream, and in that they gifted us something incalculable, the safety to be vulnerable, the freedom to close our eyes without listening. Consider the stranger on the road at dusk. His experience of the frontier night was one of pure, unmitigated exposure. To the settled family in their cabin, the dark was a siege to be waited out. For the traveler, it was a gauntlet to be run. He rode or walked with the sunset at his back, each minute a visible depletion of his safety. His goal was not a homestead, but a destination, a distant settlement, a known river crossing, a trader's post. The landscape, which by day might offer grandeur or monotony, transformed with the fading light into a series of potential threats. Every stand of trees could conceal an ambush. Every ravine could hide a predator. Every shadow could be a stump or bear. The margin for error vanished with the sun. Nay misplaced step by his horse, a sudden turn in an unfamiliar trail, and he could find himself injured, disoriented, and utterly alone in the rising dark. His fire, if he dared to make one, was not a comforting hearth but a beacon. It announced his presence to everything and everyone. It painted him as a target against the velvet black. Yet to not make a fire was to surrender to the cold, to the creeping paralysis that would make him unable to move come morning. So he would choose a site with a nervous calculus sheltered from the wind, but with some avenue of escape close to water, but not so close as to be in the damp or the path of nocturnal drinkers. He would build the smallest, meanest fire possible, feeding it twigs and dried grass, something he could extinguish in an instant. He would not sleep. He would sit with his back against a tree or his saddle, a blanket around his shoulders, his weapon across his lap. The night would be a long, cold interrogation. Every sound was a question aimed at his courage. The rustle in the brass, you prepare? The distant howl, can you defend this space? The utter silence that followed, what do you think just caused that silence? His mind, untethered from the routines of a home, would wander into dangerous territory. Memories of warmth and safety became instruments of torture. The thought of a soft bed, a locked door, a wife's steady breathing beside him, these were not comforts, but cruel reminders of his present vulnerability. He would think of the people who expected him, who relied on his arrival. That thought was the only thing warmer than the pathetic little fire. It was the fuel that kept him burning through the hours. The traveling night forged a particular kind of loneliness, one that was acute and situational, yet profound. It was the loneliness of being the only human consciousness for miles in a world that was emphatically not empty. It was a reminder that community was not a social ideal, but a survival technology. And he was, for this night, a failed technologist. Then there were the nights of journey's end or failed journey. The welcome sight of a cabin window, a glow like a fallen star nestled in the landscape. The approach was always careful. He, traveler, knew he was also a threat, a shape emerging from the darkness. He would call out from a distance, identify himself, state his business before ever coming into the circle of light. The response from the cabin was never immediate. He would see a shadow pass before that window, blotting out the light for a moment. He would hear the low murmur of consultation within. Then, perhaps, the door would open a crack, and a man's face, etched in firelight and suspicion, would appear. "Harry, welcome to the barn," might be the greeting. Not the house. The barn. Shelter but not intimacy. Safety. But, at a remove, he would lead his horse to the lean -2, grateful for the solidity of a wall, the smell of other animals, the shared warmth of livestock. He might be brought a bowl of stew, a hunk of bread. The transaction was one of cautious humanity. The family inside did not know him. He could be an outlaw, a madman, a carrier of disease or bad news. Their charity was measured, bounded by the unbarred but watchful door of their home. He would eat in the barn, listening to the comfortable sounds of the family settling in for the night, a burst of laughter, the scrape of a chair, the solid thunk of the bar being lowered into place. That sound was the final punctuation. He was inside the perimeter, but outside the circle. His night would be warmer than on the open trail, but in some ways more lonely. He was a spectator to security, not a participant. He would sleep then, deeply sometimes, lulled by the profound relief of her walls and a roof. But his sleep was the sleep of a guest, not a member. He was an annotation in the family's nightly ledger, a brief entry under risks managed or charities given. At dawn he would be gone, often before the family stirred, leaving a coin or a twist of tobacco on the feed bin as silent thanks. The frontier night connected strangers in these fleeting, functional alliances. They were partnerships of mutual need against the common enemy of the dark. Consider, too, the experience of the solitary trapper or hunter, the man who chose the wilderness as his home not for future farmland, but for its immediate wild yield. His relationship with the night was the most intimate and professional of all. He did not fear it as an interruption to domestic order. He understood it as a shift in the ecosystem's shift. His senses were honed to its frequencies. He could read the stars for direction not as a last resort, but as a routine map. He knew the different meanings behind animals, sounds the territorial scream of a mountain lion versus its hunting cough, the playful bark of a fox versus its alarm cry. His shelter was oft unminimal, a lean -2 of branches, a dug -out snow cave, a rocky overhang. He slept in shorts, Alert bursts. His body tuned to the rhythms of the predators he might be tracking, or who might be tracking him. His fire was a tool, not a companion. He used it to cook his catch, to treat hides, to signal if necessary. But he also knew how to disappear into the darkness, to become just another shadow, another silent consumer in the night's economy. For him, the frontier night was not a trial, but a workplace. Its dangers were occupational hazards. The cold was a condition to be outfought with the right furs and shelter craft. The animals were competitors, sometimes prey, sometimes threat. The isolation was not loneliness, but the desired state. His stories, if he told them, were not about enduring the night, but about navigating it, using it. He was the night's colleague, and sometimes its rival. This existence stood in stark contrast to the family and the cabin. They were trying to build a day-minus world in a place that was half night. He had accepted the night-minus world on its own terms. Both required immense toughness, but of different kinds. One was the toughness of the bulwark, standing firm. The other was the toughness of the arrow, moving swiftly and silently through the resistant air. And what of the towns that eventually punctuated the wilderness? The frontier town at night was a fascinating paradox. It was an island of concentrated human light in the dark sea, but the sea was still right at its doorstep. The saloon might be raucous. The general store might have a lamp burning in an upstairs window. But to streets over, the buildings gave way to empty lots, then to prairie or forest. The town's night had a gradient. On Main Street, you might feel a semblance of security. You could hear piano playing, voices raised in argument or song. But take a wrong turn, walk toward the livery stable at the edge of town, and the human sounds would fade, replaced by the older sounds of the land. The town did not conquer the night, it pushed it back a few hundred yards. Everyone knew this. The drunkard stumbling home from the saloon knew that the space between the boardwalk and his door was a no-man's land where the rules of civilization grew thin. The town marshal making his rounds carried his authority, but also his lantern, acknowledging that authority alone was invisible in the dark. Town nights held different fears. Not the fear of wolves, but of other men. Not the fear of absolute isolation, but of malicious company. The dark alley was a human invention, a byproduct of congregation. It was a place where the social contract, so carefully woven during daylight trading and town meetings, could fray or snap. Here, the threat was not nature's indifference, but human malevolence. The violence was not impersonal, like a blizzard, but personal, like a knife drawn in a dispute over cards or a perceived insult. The town provided witnesses in theory, but night provided the cover for theory to become irrelevant. So even in the heart of a fledgling community, people walked with purpose after dark. They avoided shadows. They listened for footsteps behind them. They carried their own light, not just to see, but to be seen as someone who was not an easy target. The frontier town night was a social experiment conducted in near-minus darkness. It tested whether the rules people agreed to by day could hold when the lights were low and the consequences seemed distant. Sometimes they held. Often, they did not. The legacy of these collective nocturnal experiences seeped into the culture like damp into a cabin wall. It bred a deep-seated practicalism. Sentimentality was a daytime luxury. At night, you needed a good door, a reliable firearm, a well-stocked wood pile. It fostered a unique form of hospitality, one that was generous but guarded. You would take in the stranger, but you would not turn your back on him. You would share your food, but you would also secure your tools. It created a humor that was often dark, fatalistic, rooted in the absurdity of human presumption against the scale of the wilderness. Jokes about freezing to death, about runaway livestock, about stubborn mules, were ways of whistling past the graveyard that was, in many settlements, literally just beyond the last cabin. This humor was a pressure valve for the constant, low-grade fear. Most of all, the frontier night taught a lesson about time. We moderns think of time as linear, a river flowing from past to future. For the frontier family, night imposed a cyclical time. It was the Great Reset. No matter what was achieved in a day, a field cleared, a new room added, A successful hunt night came and reduced it all to the same basic equation: protect the fire, secure the door, listen. Progress was not cumulative in the nightly realm. Each sunset returned you to the same starting line of vulnerability. This could be soul-minus crushing. A cis Wi-Fi ordeal where the boulder of safety had to be pushed up the hill anew every single evening. But it could also be clarifying. It stripped away pretension. It made stark what truly mattered: warmth, shelter, water, the health of your family. In the crystal silence of a frozen night, there was no room for self-minus deception about your priorities. You were what you did to survive. Your character was not expressed in your opinions or your aspirations, but in the care with which you banked the coals, in the patience with which you listened to your child's ragged breathing, in the steadiness of your hand on the rifle barrel when the wolves circled. The night was a judge, and its verdict was delivered every dawn in the simple fact of your continued existence. Or when we look back now, from our perpetually illuminated world, we must guard against two errors. The first is to romanticize the hardship, to see it as a noble, purifying struggle that built better people. The suffering was real, the losses were tragic, and the toll was often paid in broken health and truncated lives. The second error is to dismiss it as a primitive interlude before the triumph of modern comfort. See those people as merely enduring what we have wisely engineered away. The truth lies in a more difficult middle ground. They lived in a relationship with the natural world that was more immediate, more consequential, and more demanding than most of us will ever know. They developed skills of attention, resilience, and pragmatic community that we have let atrophy. Protected as we are by our systemic buffers, we have gained incredible safety, comfort, and freedom from their struggles. But we have perhaps lost a certain kind of knowledge, the knowledge of what our own two hands and the hands of our neighbors can truly build and defend in the face of the unlit world. We have outsourced our vigilance. That is not a condemnation, it is the hallmark of civilization. But it means we should look upon their long, dark watches not with pity, and not with unthinking admiration, but with a sober recognition. We are the beneficiaries of their endless night. Our well-lit, climate-controlled, securely locked reality is the monument they built, one guarded hour at a time. And in the deepest, quietest part of our own safe nights, that memory of their listening, their waiting, their tending of the tiny, defiant flame is the true legacy they left burning in the history of this place. The true texture of that life is found not in the broad sweep of history, but in the minute, repetitive details. Consider the hands, a woman's hands, by lantern light, not in prayer but in repair. The needle moves through worn wool, a tiny, persistent stab against entropy. Each stitch is a reclaiming of territory, a defiance of the cold that waits to enter through every threadbare place. The caluses are not from tools, but from friction: the grind of cornmeal, the scrape of the washboard, the constant friction of rough fabric and dry wood. Her fingers, cracked and greed, know the weight of a cast iron pot, the tension of a well-set bread dough, the precise pressure needed to feel a child's forehead for fever. These hands are a map of daily necessity. At night, they lie still, but they remember their daytime shape: curved, ready, never fully relaxed. Or consider the soundscape of a storm. It begins as a change in pressure, a metallic taste in the air long before the first cloud bruises the horizon. The animals know first. The chickens grow quiet and huddle. The horse stamps and rolls its eye. Then the wind arrives, not as a gust, but as a rising tide of sound, pouring through the valley, making the cabin walls hum like a giant's bowstring. Rain, when it comes, is a roar on the sod roof, a drumming so pervasive it becomes the new silence, drowning out all other signals. This is a different kind of night. That is not a predator's stealth, but the atmosphere's overwhelming fury. You cannot hear the wolf, the bear, the creak of a trespasser's footstep. You're deafened by the storm's monologue. The anxiety now is about structural integrity. Will the roof hold? Will the creek rise and cut you off? Will the chimney draw, or will smoke flood the room? You are forced into a passive vigilance, listening not for specific threats, but for the catastrophic sound, the crack of a failing timber, the shift of a foundation stone. The storm makes the cabin feel simultaneously like a trap and a treasure. You are grateful for its shelter, yet acutely aware of its fragility against a force that can flatten forests. Then there were the nights of false spring, a week of thawing sun, the earth turning to mud, the icicles dripping a steady percussion. Hope, that treacherous emotion, would begin to uncoil in the chest. You might leave the door ajar during the day, airing out the winter's close, stale breath. But the old minus timers knew, and you learned. A warm day in February was a liar. The clear evening sky would harden into a vault of stars, and the temperature would plunge, not gradually, but with a decisive snap. The mud would freeze into iron ruts. The dripping water would become new, treacherous spears of ice. These were the most dangerous nights of all, because they followed a day of lowered guard. You might have used more wood, thinking the worst was over. You might have neglected to check its inking on the south wall, warmed by the sun. The cold that returned was a vengeful cold, sneering at your brief optimism. It taught the hardest lesson that on the frontier, hope was not an inspiration, but a potential liability. Survival favored the pessimist, the one who prepared for the worst, even when the sun shone. The communal rituals evolved from these endless repetitions. The lying down was not a single act, but a sequence. The children were settled first. The rituals of blanket mine, a stucking unmurmured story, a cordon of normalcy against the wild. Then the adults would make their final rounds. A last look at the fire, a hand held to the chimney's breath to feel its pull. A check of the rifle, ensuring its powder was dry. A silent meeting of eyes across the room, a wordless inventory of the day's worries, a tacit agreement to stand the shared watch. Finally, the extinguishing of the main lamp. The descent into the lesser, red light of the hearth was the official crossing of the threshold. From that moment until dawn, communication was pared down to touches and the briefest of whispers. Language belonged to the day. The night was for older, more primal forms of contact. And such an environment became a curated thing. You did not remember every night. You remembered the exemplars. The night of the great cold, when the mercury froze in the bulb. The night the wolves took the calf, and you heard its bleating cease abruptly. The night of the prairie fire, when the southern horizon glowed like a false dawn and the air tasted of ash. These became markers in your personal calendar, more vivid than birthdays or holidays. They were the knots in the rope of your experience, the points where you had held on tightest. You would speak of them years later, not with drama, but with the flat, factual tone of a report. That was the winter the snow blew through the chinking and dusted the quilt. The statement contained everything: the failure of preparation, the intimacy of the cold, the sheer surprise of finding snow inside your sanctuary. These stories, passed between families, were the true textbooks of frontier life. And what of beauty? It existed, but it was a severe and demanding beauty, never separate from peril. The aurora borealis on a clear, frozen night, a silent, rippling curtain of green and violet. It was breathtaking, a celestial spectacle that made your throat ache. But you watched it from the doorway, because to stand and gaze was to invite the cold into the cabin. Its beauty was framed by the pain of your freezing feet on the threshold. Full moon on snow-covered prairie, turning the world into a ghostly, blue-white marble. It was a light so bright, you could see for miles, could read print by its glow. But that same light made your cabin a stark, black silhouette for any watching eyes for miles around. It erased your shadow, you secrecy. The beauty of the frontier night was always dual-natured. It offered with one hand while the other held a knife. To appreciate it, you had to accept its terms. The final transition, from frontier to settled land, can be measured in the evolution of night sounds. First, the howl of the wolf is replaced by the bark of a neighbor's dog. Then, the absolute silence is broken, not by wind, but by the distant, rhythmic cough of a steam engine on a new rail line. The crack of a rifle at night shifts from defense against predators to the celebratory shot of a drunken settler. The constellation of other cabin lights begins to appear on the horizon, not as a threat, but as a comfort pinprick of shared humanity holding back the dark. With each new light, the psychological burden lessens. The watch is shared. The perimeter expands. The night, while still dark, is no longer empty in the same terrifying way. This is the true end of the frontier, not when the map is drawn, but when the night becomes populated, when the echo of your own fear is answered by the commonplace sounds of other people simply living their lives. It is the moment the wilderness finally becomes neighborhood. The darkness held more than just fear, it held a peculiar, profound boredom. This was the monotony of perpetual vigilance. The same sounds, the same chaya, the same slow passage of hours measured only by the sinking of the fire. He knew the pattern of each nut in the log wall opposite the bed. He knew the exact pitch of the wind when it shifted from west to northwest. This was a grinding, cognitive tedium, broken only by spikes of adrenaline that left you more drained. The mind, deprived of external stimulus, would turn inward, rehearsing worries until they were polished smooth and featureless. Did we store enough salt? Is the mare favoring her left foral? Will the rain come before the seeds sprout? These thoughts circled like wolves in their own right, wearing paths in your consciousness. The night was not always a dramatic struggle. Often, it was an excruciatingly dull prison sentence. Yet within that sameness, tiny variations became epic events. The discovery of a mouse nest in the flour barrel, found by lamplight, was a domestic catastrophe. It meant loss. It meant waste. It meant extra work. But in the long night, it also became a story, a focal point for frustration and problem-solving. You would sit with your spouse, speaking in low tones, debating solutions, smoke the barrel out, get a cat from the neighbors if there are neighbors. The mouse was a villain, a thief in the night, and its defeat was a plotline to fill the silent hours. Similarly, the slow leak in the roof, discovered by a cold drip landing on your forehead, became a shared obsession. You would track its rhythm, its location, planning the repair not just as chore, but as a joint mission against the invading elements. In the absence of newspapers, of gossip, of any outside narrative, your own life's minor crises provided the drama. The body's relationship with sleep became transcational and deeply inefficient. You did not simply go to sleep. You negotiated with your own exhaustion. You would drift off, only to be jerked awake by a sound real or imagined. Your heart would pound. You would listen, decide it was nothing, and then begin the slow process of persuading your muscles to unclench, your mind to release its grip on alertness. Just as you began to sink again, a child would cough, or the fire would give a particularly loud pop. The cycle repeated. Sleep, you gathered, was in fragmented handfuls, never the deep, restorative draught the body craved. You awoke at dawn not refreshed, but with a residual tiredness that was the baseline of your existence. This chronic, low-grade sleep deprivation colored everything. It made patience thinner, made laughter a little harder to muster, made the weight of a full water bucket feel just that much heavier. There were also nights of unexpected peace. A warm evening in late spring, when the air was soft and the peeper frogs sang in a deafening chorus from the creek. On such a night, you might dare to leave the door open, barred only by a chair. The scent of damp earth and blooming wild plum would drift in. The fear would recede, not gone, but muted. You could almost pretend you were camping, that this was an adventure rather than a permanent condition. You might even point out a constellation to a child, your voice soft in the benevolent dark. See there, that's the dipper. Its bowl points to the North Star. For a moment, the night was not an enemy, but a companion, the vast, beautiful ceiling. These nights were rare and therefore precious. They were the exceptions that proved the rule of hardship, and they were clung to in memory, polished like precious stones. They provided the emotional fuel for 100 harder nights. You could say to yourself, remember the night of the frogs? It can be like that. It will be like that again. The material culture of the night was simple, and every object in it was freighted with significance. The lantern, for instance, it was not just a light source, it was a careful economy of wick minus trimming and precious oil. To light it was a decision. Was the need worth the resource? Sewing a ripped seam might not be. Treating a wound was. The lantern's light was a golden island in the dark sea, and you stood at its center, performing whatever urgent task had warranted its use. Its glass chimney would grow hot, creating a tiny microclimate of warmth. Its smell, burning whale oil or lard, was the smell of emergency or necessity. Similarly, the matches, if you had them, were guarded like jewels, stored in a tin to keep them dry, used with reverence. The alternative was the flint and steel, a skill that required practice and calm, to things in short supply when you needed a fire in a hurry. With numb fingers in the pitch black, these objects were your technology, and their limitations dictated the rhythm of your life. Consider the perspective of the very old and the very young, for they experienced the frontier night at its extremes. For an elderly grandparent, bundled in a chair by the hearth, the night was a long, slow retreat. Their body could not generate enough heat. The cold was a persistent, aching presence they could not escape, even inches from the flames. Their vigilance was not for wolves, but for the simple failure of their own heart in the long, still hours. They often slept even less than the adults, their fragile rest broken by joint pain and the cough that wouldn't subside. Their role was often to be the quiet sentinel, the one who would stir the fire at 3 a.m. When the younger adults finally succumbed to exhaustion, they were the keepers of the quiet hours, their memories of other times, other places, playing against the backdrop of the cabin's familiar arc. For them, the frontier night might be the last night they knew, and they faced it with a tired acceptance, a gradual merging with the stillness. For a newborn, the night was everything. It was the warm cocoon of its mother's body, the rhythm of her heartbeat, the soft murmur of voices above. It was also the sudden error of hunger, of cold air on skin, expressed in a cry that was the most urgent sound in the world. The infant's needs did not respect the watch. Its cry sliced through the careful silence, a vulnerability made audible. Every parent's nightmare was the colicky baby, whose piercing wails felt like a beacon drawing danger from miles away. You would walk the floor with it, jostling and choosing, a tense, bouncing parade in the tiny space, praying for the sound to stop, not just for peace, but for security. The infant, in its utter dependence, was the family's greatest point of weakness, and its needs turned every night into a potential crisis. The seasons turned, the character of the night changed. Summer nights were alive with insect hums and heavy, perfumed air. The threat was less the cold, but the chance of a fever-minus storm rolling in from the plains, or the dry lightning that could start a grass fire. He slept under a single sheet, if at all, the windows open to catch any breeze, making you feel exposed but intimately connected to the world. Autumn nights were crisp, smelling of wood smoke and rotting leaves. They were the most beautiful, and the most anxious, for they were the herald of winter. Every clear, cold evening was a preview of the trials to come, a reminder of the wood still to be split, the chinking still to be repaired. Winter nights were the ultimate test, a brutal reduction of life to its essentials, and spring nights were a slow, muddy thaw, filled with the sound of dripping and the promise of relief that was always tentative. Through it all, the human spirit performed its adaptations. People told stories in the dark, not just grand tales but silly, repetitive family legends. They invented quiet games with shadows on the wall. They sang hymns, not always from piety, but for the comfort of a shared melody in the void. They developed private languages of touch, a hand squeezed in the dark meant him awake to, I hear it, I'm here. They learned to communicate whole paragraphs with a single glance caught in the firelight. This was not a life for the romantic. It was a life for the stubborn, the practical, the deeply resilient. It asked a simple, brutal question every single evening: how much do you want to be here? And every morning, by the simple act of rising, of rebuilding the fire, of stepping outside to face the day, they gave their answer. They wanted it enough to pay the price the night demanded. They wanted it enough to listen, and wait, and hold the line until dawn. Their legacy is not in the land deeds or the census records. It is in the echo of that silence they endured, and in the profound, unspoken understanding that the peace we now take for granted was bought, or by dark hour with the currency of their unwavering attention. Imagine the silence that is not silent at all. It is a canvas of near minus inaudible sounds, stretched taut across the miles. Your ear becomes a seismograph, registering tremors in the black. This was the true work of the frontier, not the clearing of land, but the parsing of darkness. It was an auditory education. You learned the language of the hemlock boughs, heavy with snow, releasing their load with a soft whump. You knew the gossip of the creek, freezing at its edges, its ice cracking with reports like distant pistol shots. The bark of a fox, sharp and conversational, meant one thing. The scream of a rabbit, cut short, meant another. Your world, which by day was measured in acres and rows, contracted at night to the diameter of sound. You were the center of a circle, and everything you knew came to you through the medium of vibration in cold air. The body developed its own nocturnal intelligence. It learned to sleep in layers. The topmost layer remained alert, a superficial dormancy that could be shed in an instant. Beneath that, a deeper weariness pooled, but never fully embraced. You would wake from this layered sleep not groggy, but instantly completely aware. Your eyes would open, and in the pitch black, you would already be listening, already assessing. Had the wind changed? Was that child's breathing raspier than before? Was that the 5th or 6th time the owl had called? This state of being neither fully awake nor truly asleep was your default condition for nearly half of every day. It left a permanent residue on the consciousness. Even in later years, in a safe bed in a settled town, you would find yourself surfacing from dreams, listen for a sound that was no longer there, your heart beating a rhythm forged in the long watches. The community of the isolated was maintained through signs, not visits. You might not see your nearest neighbor for weeks, but you would hear evidence of them. On a still night, the clear T-hawk of an X, 3 miles away, was a comforting telegram. It meant others were working, surviving, holding their own line against the dark. The faint, sulphurous scent of a match struck across the valley was a greeting. The distant, bellowing complaint of a cow that was not your own oriented you in the human landscape. These sensory fragments wove an invisible net of connection across the solitude. You knew you were not alone because the night itself carried traces of other fires, other labors, other sentinels. Conversely, the absence of these expected signals was a cause for alarm. When the axe from the north fell silent for too many days, you would eventually strap on your snowshoes. You would go not out of curiosity, but out of a grim shared responsibility. The code was unwritten, but absolute silence demanded investigation. Often, you would find a family struggling with illness, or a man with a broken leg. Sometimes, you would find a cabin empty cold, its story left unfinished in the scramble of abandonment. And on the rarest, worst occasions, you would find what you hoped not to find, and your duty would shift from aid to burial, the frozen ground rejecting your shovel until you built a fire upon it to soften the earth. A final, disrespectful use of heat. For children, the night was both terror and theater. Their imaginations, unfettered by the pragmatism that bound their parents, populated the blackness with brilliant horrors. The pattern of knots in the log wall became a leering face at midnight. The settling of the cabin's foundation was a giant's footstep below the floor. Yet, this same capacity for invention was their solace. They crafted elaborate mythologies from the sounds. The crickets were not insects, but tiny blacksmiths, hammering silver shoes for fairy horses. The wind in the chimney was the breath of a great, sleepy beast who guarded the house. Parents, understanding this, often fed the benevolent myths and gently dismantled the terrifying ones. Hear that? A father might whisper. That's the timber talking. It's saying the house is strong. It's telling the wind to move along. The child, believing, would cling to that narrative. The creak of the beam became a protective incantation, not a threat of collapse. This way, resilience was not just taught, but storyboarded into the young mind. The night became a saga in which their family played the heroes, and their humble cabin was the fortified keep. The artifacts left behind are testaments to this psychological landscape. Archaeologists find curious things in the corners of root cellars, beneath floorboards. Not just tools, but arranged objects, a circle of smooth river stones, a worn button, a lock of hair, a single eagle feather, placed with apparent intention. These were not altars in a religious sense. They were focal points, tactile anchors for the mind during the long formless hours. A woman, sleepless, might trend her through those stones, their cool smoothness a century tethered to reality, a way to quiet the whirl of worry. A child might clutch the button from a father's old coat, a tangible connection to the absent protector. These small, arranged collections were the silent, physical prayers of people trying to impose order on the chaos of the dark and the fearful mind. They are the archaeology of anxiety and its management. The concept of home was fundamentally different. It was not a place of simple comfort. It was a defensive achievement, reaffirmed every sunset. Homing was a verb, an active process you performed. You homed the animals. You homed the tools. You homed your family within the walls. And then you homed yourself, mentally and physically, shrinking your world to the firelight and preparing your senses for their long shift. Leaving this home at night, even for the necessary trip to the outhouse, was a miniature expedition. You would pause at the door, taking a moment to let your eyes adjust to the deeper dark outside. You would listen for a full minute, then you would go, moving quickly, purposefully. Your body tensed not just against the cold, but against the exposure. The few yards to the privy were a no-man's land. You felt watched. You felt insignificant under the sprawl of stars. The return to the door, the feel of the wooden latch, the surge of warmer air as you slipped inside, this was a return to sanctuary, a tiny but profound victory each time. The weather was not small talk. It was the commanding officer of your nightly condition. Falling barometer was a direct order to check the shutters. Certain bruised color in the sunset sky was a mobilization alert. You read the clouds at dusk like battle plans. Cumulus hours to the west meant a noisy, violent night of thunder, but likely no structural threat. A low, uniform overcast meant a steady, soaking rain that would find every leak. But a clear, cloudless sky after a day of warmth was the most deceptive and dangerous order of all. It signaled a radiant freeze, a cold so sharp and sudden it could crack the water bucket in the corner. Your entire evening preparation was a response to this meteorological intelligence. In the end, the frontier night was a great revealer. It stripped away all pretension, all social veneer. In the dark, you were not rich or poor, educated or simple. You were either prepared or you were not. You were either attentive or you were endangered. It forged bonds between people that were as hardened and adorned as the tools they used. Trust was not given lightly, but once given, it was absolute, because it was based on the proven fact of shared watches. A neighbor who had sat with you through a child's fever, who had helped you shore up a wall against a blizzard, was kin in a way that went deeper than blood. You knew the night-facing version of them, the fearful, determined, unvarnished self that daylight allowed them to cover up. This created a community of profound, unspoken understanding. You didn't need to discuss your fears. You had already heard each other's silence in the dark. You had already seen the look in each other's eyes by guttering candlelight. That shared knowledge was the real foundation of frontier society, stronger than any town charter or land claim. It was a fellowship of those who had faced the same abyss night after night and had made a pact without words to keep turning their faces toward the dawn.